Shout out to everybody around the world that is tapped in. Do not forget to like and subscribe. Let's get the microphone on right here. All right, here we go. Everybody around the world, don't forget to like and subscribe as we are some boxing matches going on right now. So, all right, here we go. Don't forget to like and subscribe. Johnny Fisher versus David Allen today, right here, as we are set to check out the live action that is going on right now. And at the same time, let's go. We're going to go over all the other fights that have been on the card thus far. But in the meantime, what I'm going to do is I'm going to set all right, so good work from Warburton so far. Checking out the upcoming new generation of UK fighters that are going to be headlining a lot of the big events in the future. If you remember, Anthony Joshua, Daniel Dubois, at one point, they were in this position, so here it is. All right, so there it is. Good job. Good jab right there by, which one is Conway and which one is Warburton here? All right, so let's take a look at let's take a look at the fights that have happened so far in the card tonight. So what do we got here? Inquest. So earlier tonight, let's start from the very beginning. Okay. So Laylee gets a TKO third round against Nova Radovic. Not really surprised there. That's more of a fight for journeyman. Another journeyman right here, Juan Cruz Cachero, gets beat in the second round by Taylor Bevan. John Hedges gets a 10-round decision for the English cruiserweight title against Nathan Querlis. Shannon Ryan gets a win over Farah El Buzari. Okay, so straight out of Spain. This woman is probably Moroccan descent, but yeah, Shannon Ryan wins that one by points. And then what do we have? That's is that it? Is that what we got going on right here? Okay, so Jimmy Staines for the Southern Area title. Okay, so we got a couple of fights left realistically before this goes on. What time is the UFC? I believe the UFC is right around 1 p.m. So we're gonna. Is it 1 p.m. that the UFC starts? Yeah, it is. It is. Okay. So we got a couple more fights left. We're gonna cover both fights here. So just to let everybody know, yeah, we are going to be covering both fights, and we'll probably change the thumbnail in between. So let's change up headphones right here real quick. All right. So in the second round right here between Conway and Warburton going on right now. Oh, okay. There's some good shots right there. All right, there's David Allen right there getting interviewed right now. All right. So they're asking him about winning the first fight. A lot of people thought that he did win that first fight, me included. So, all right. Let's see. We got some. We got a comment here. Let's see what this is. Conway win. Do I think? Shout outs to Amma. I don't know how to read that in Russian letters, but yeah. Do I think Conway's gonna win? I don't know, man. You know, it's hard to tell who's winning this fight right now. Pretty even, I would say. All right, I'm gonna call up Zane Musa Boxing Dosage right now, see if he wants to come work this matchup with me right here. All right, so here we go, round number 3 between Burton and Conway right now. Who do you guys have winning this fight right now between them? I mean, it seems very tough, man. Very tough to score. Very tough to score, indeed. All right, so yeah, Conway is yeah, he's definitely winning this fight right now, really putting the pressure on Warburton right now. Very interesting. I like watching fights where I don't know much about. Oh wow, look at this. Look at this. He's oh wow, he just finished him in the 4th round. That is amazing, man. He just finished him in the 4th round right now. Oh man, wow, Conway just finished Warburton in the 4th round right now. That's amazing, man. Great finish. Great finish right there. All right, man. Yeah, those are some real spiteful shots right there that he threw at him. All right, so now he wins the British title on that one. I think we got about 2 more fights before the main event, or maybe they are going straight to the main event. Maybe those are floater fights, hopefully, right? But one never knows. Looks like a full crowd ascending right now into the arena. So yeah, obviously David Allen he's a very popular figure, right? Just has a great personality about him. But Fisher is the guy that they are trying to market and push. And so I think that's the only reason why he got the decision in the last fight. But on any event, so he got 7 stoppages in his career right now. This is the 7th stoppage in his career, and there it is, man. Yeah, he was letting him punch himself out. That's what he was trying to do, just allowing him to, to just put up as much volume as he can. And as a result of that, there it is. All right, here we go. The official decision right here. So 1 minute and 26 seconds. All right, Karen Conway. Shout out to Karen Conway winning the British middleweight championship right here. You guys remember when Billy Joe Saunders and Chris Eubank fought each other? It was for the British title. Oh, okay. This is also a Commonwealth title. Looks like he's being presented the Commonwealth belt as well. So one of the many milestone accomplishments that he's looking to get to in his life. Obviously, there's a certain gradual step that you take when you are in this when you are in this, right? Like there is a certain aspect of like British titles, and then there's Commonwealth area titles and this and that. But yeah, man. Uh, Sorry, just interacting with my man right here, Robert Kelsey from New Jersey. He went to a party called Repio Flag Party. Obviously, it's a West Indian theme event. Caribbean people, waving their flags. Dominicanos, Puerto Ricans, all of that, right? Even Africans as well, right? Cameroonians, Nigerians, all of that. So I was saying to him, yeah, Repia Flag Party means something completely different in the West Coast. But yeah, that phrase means completely something different in this side of the globe. That would get shut down with a title like that in the West Coast. Good times, though. I told him, glad you guys had fun, but no cripping a Zulu, though. But yeah, man, shout outs to Robert Kelsey on that one. Yeah, I noticed something in British boxing, right? You know what they do when they have the winner afterwards? What they do is they start talking to them in the side of the ring, and they would sit on the apron of the ring and then have the interview there. Whereas usually they would have the interview inside the ring. It's very interesting how that's contrasting in in other parts of the world, right? Especially in contrast to like America and the UK and all that. All right, so everybody around the world that's tapped in, yeah, please do not forget to like and subscribe, but also please hit the like button, hit the subscribe button, also hit the share button because we're going to cover Fisher versus Allen and also UFC's Burns versus Morales all in one day, right? The most epic mixed martial arts channel in the history of mankind. We're going to get it right here. Here's Eddie Hearn right here. So Eddie Hearn is saying that yeah, he's saying that he's going through these gradual steps and all that. Yeah, that's the thing about the UK. They really have a good system in getting their guys ready, right? In gradual steps in terms of traditional boxing. So, wow. Okay. So, Johnny Fisher has yet to win the British title. That's a little surprising. I thought he had already, was way past that level. Uh, it just dawned to me, right? Random thought, right? Just dawned to me. I think that a fight between um, Bilal Muhammad and Sean Strickland would be a very good fight. I'm telling you, I think that would be a very good fight, considering they got already beef going on. On top of that, um, there's a lot of trash talking that uh, Sean Strickland was doing, especially just anti Palestinian comments and all of that. So I think there's a good built in storyline with that. So, all right. Okay, so they're showing some highlights of Connor Ben and Chris Eubank Jr. right now. Oh yeah, showing some highlights of the Eubank and Chris Eubank and Connor Ben fight over here. All right, so they got about two fights left going on. You got Gerard Lillard, Commonwealth silver middleweight title against Aaron Sutton. Okay, so all right, we got a decision. Okay, so we basically have two more fights left in that. So okay, that's good. Two more fights. Dun, 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 dun. Oh, there's Kevin Hart right there. All right, so I think we're going into the co-main event coming up soon. So what's this movie they're showing right now? All right, so what do we have here? Okay, some of the zone fights they got going on here. Okay, they got some zone fights going on here. All right, so I think we're on to the co-main event of the evening now. Let's take a look at the card placement that we got going on right now. So this is what we got right here, right? So George Liddard and then Aaron Sutton. That's the next fight. So the Southern area title, Gideon Jones, had already happened. 10-round decision on that one. Jimmy Sains, Kieran Conway, uh, British and Commonwealth middleweight title. So yeah, now we have the Commonwealth silver weight title. Yeah, again, this is a top heavy card. This was a card specifically designed for Dave Allen, and then just a whole bunch of guys that are coming up. So yeah, okay, okay, they tell you the weight right there. Okay, yeah, that's why I say technology is the best source in all of combat sports, man. Really is, and that's because of that reason alone. So right, everybody. Shout outs to everyone around the world. Right on the comment section. And also, don't forget to hit the like and subscribe button. Their interview right here. All right, we're waiting for the co-main event to arrive. Looks like they're announcing some up-and-coming fighters right now. Leo Tang. Okay, so they're looking to get his professional debut going. All right, so next matchup coming up, the co-main event of the evening. Chief Support, aka co-main event. Only 8 bouts. Okay, that's pretty good. That's all you really need, right? It's not like really all that cluttered in the way that, let's say, most UFC fights nowadays. And back in the days, they would only have like, let's say, 8 fights in the card, and then that would be it. So yeah, man. Baby, they got. Man, the British, I swear, they have a very, like, how do I say this? Very karaoke-like culture. So this is the beginning now of Sutton versus Liddard. I'm sorry, Liddard, not Lillard. Liddard, okay. So just to kind of put that in perspective. All right, here's Sutton right now walking in. By the way, one of my scuba diving instructors, he's a British guy, and his last name was Sutton. So a little interesting fact right there. But yeah. All right, so here's Liddard coming into the ring right now. So here's Liddard walking out right now. All right, so they're about to announce the fight right now. All right, so here we go. We're about to start the co-main event of the evening. All right, here we go. Started the round one. Here we go, round one. All right, so just round one between these two right now. Good jab. Boom. 10-rounder. Yeah, real good atmosphere building up right now. Obviously, they're all there. Ooh, that's a knockdown. Oh, my goodness. Way early knockdown right there. Hey, wow, very early on. Like literally inside the first minute, he's going to look for the finish right here. Liddard is looking for the finish right here. Ooh, there's a nice hook right there. He's going off on him right now. Yeah, he just absolutely demoralized David Sutton right there. Or Sutton, I forgot. I don't know if his first name is David or whatnot, but yeah. Yeah, real fast paced fight they got going on right now between them. And he's already hurt him once, knocked him down already in the first round. Really interesting to see where there is a first round knockdown. Sometimes that could really determine the fight, or that could wake up the fighter that got knocked down. And we'll see how Sutton responds here if if he doesn't get stopped early here. Yeah, Sutton's now starting to fire back at uh at Liddard there. All right. Where can I see the fight live? You're watching it right here, my man. You're watching it right here. I tell you what, you hit the like and subscribe button, and we'll talk. Okay? Hit the like and subscribe button. I'll cover the fight for you right here. That's all you got to do is hit the like and subscribe button. Where can I see the Nusralan fight tonight? Right here. You're going to see the fight right here. So all I need you to do, Jabu, here is hit the like and subscribe button, and also tell everybody in your country to watch this fight right here on this channel while I give you a reaction. Okay? Caleb Wilson says, show the fight then. Well, how about this? Why don't you open up your own YouTube page and then you show the fight? You tell me how that works out for you. Okay? So yeah, man, just hit the like and subscribe button. I'll cover the fights right here. So just that's all you gotta do. Hit the like and subscribe button. I mean, is that really hard for you to do that? Like, are you that much of an unhappy person that you can't hit the like or subscribe button on my page? I mean, do that, right? You're over here asking me to risk it all by showing you the fight. Oh my God, I got to show you the fight. So, yeah, man, chatting this shit. Haha, show us the fight, man. Show me that you hit the like and subscribe button. That's it. That's all you got to do. Hit the like and subscribe button right now, and we will talk. Okay? That's what we're going to do. We're going to talk as soon as you hit the like and subscribe button. I want to see the fight, not look at you talking. I mean, you're a very entitled person, right? So you're over here begging to see the fight. You don't even know how to find the fight. You can't even afford, a couple of dollars to go on ESPN and get this thing on and popping it, and you're over here making demands. Well, how about I make a demand on you and you hit that like and subscribe button? Okay, because nobody's asking you to be here, but you're here. But I tell you what, this is what you do. Hit the like and subscribe button. That's it. Jehovah, whatever your name is. I mean, there's a certain. Oh! He just knocked down Sutton right now. Wow. I am not in America. I mean, so what? So what is your point? Don't want to see your. Caleb Wilson, do you realize how broke you are? Like, do you realize how much of a bum you are that you can't even watch a boxing match or an MMA match? Like, imagine how much of a bum you would have to be to come in here making all these demands. You and Jehovah. Okay, you both are bums. Think about it, talking about son of a whore or this and that. Look, bro, I'm not here to make any jokes or insults that have no meaning. I'll really find your IP address, find out who you are, where you're from, your name, and everything about you, and then just ruin your entire life. What do you think of that? You cooking curry for the family? Show us the fight. I mean, I'm not Indian, you idiot. You know, show us the fight. Why don't you go get some money with your broke behind and go find a fight yourself? You're over here making demands and all that. I don't got to give you any demands. I don't got to give you anything. Mate, I'm a Fire Stick Live Net streams. So why are you asking me to show the fight? You idiot. Caleb Wilson, the biggest idiot ever, right? Asking me to show the fight, yet he has a Fire Stick. So what do you need me for? You're only here for the commentary and to feel better about yourself by making all these insults that really have no meaning. But in reality, tell me how tall you are. Tell me what job you do. Tell me how much money you make. Tell me what you got going on. Tell me if you got status. Tell me if you got all of this and that and all and this and that and third and the other. I guarantee you don't. Because otherwise you would not be here making all these demands. Ha-ha, yeah, you're saying ha-ha because I'm really hitting you with some truth and some facts and you can't deal with it. So if I did, Jehovah, if I did, so what? Does that make you feel better about yourself if you are money grabber you? I'm a money grabber? What do you mean by that? I don't understand what you mean by that. I don't understand the expression, but yeah, that's a good overhand right there. Show me 1,000% now. Show me 1,000 now, you bum. I don't understand. Like, you want me to just out of nowhere go out and flash money or this and that? I mean, you're an immature kid, really. I mean, you know, talking about bums or this and that. You're the one. Like, think about this, right? You're the one that comes on a page, a reaction page at that. Okay, and you know that it's illegal on YouTube to do that, and then you're saying, show us the fight, show us the fight. And then Jehovah over here, from whatever part of the world you're from, I mean, you're probably the one that has mental issues and problems on top of that because you're too dumb to afford a fight. Like, imagine that. You guys are too dumb and poor to afford a freaking fight. Do you not understand that? Do you not understand that? No, but I would understand your crazy reaction better. I don't understand what you mean by that. I don't understand what you mean by that, Jehovah. But on any regard, you guys are probably having the best time of your life right now, having this banter with me. Because think about it. If I didn't give this to you, you would have a very boring day up out of yourself right now. So you should really thank me that I'm here to come and diss you and make you feel bad about yourself for being the bums that you are. All right. So, by the way, do me a favor, hit the like and subscribe button because I deserve it. You are in America. You can't even visit a hospital without going broke. You know what? That's a good point, though. That's a good point. But I don't have any problems with medical bills. I understand that's the reality of America, Jehovah, but that's not my reality. So I'm sorry that disappointed you, that's not my reality. And then you try to make and create these generalizations about Americans like we all fit in the same. I can go for free. Yeah, I can tell you can go for free because you're used to that. You're used to asking for free stuff. That's why you're so entitled. You come in here asking to see the fight for free because you're too broke to go pay it on your own. So think about this, right? You can go to the hospital for free. You don't got the type of bills that we got in America. So what the hell is your problem not being able to watch the fight on your own? You idiot. What is the problem? So don't get cancer in your watermelon eating meat. Listen, nothing that you say is going to hurt me. I'm better than you in every metric. I'm more athletic than you. I'm better built than you. I can fight better than you. None of you can do anything to me. Look, bro, do you have any idea who I am? I don't think you really have any freaking idea who I am. Let me give you an example of who the hell I am in comparison to you. Okay, this is who I am right here. Don't choke on watermelon seeds. Shut the hell up. Shut the hell up. Let me remind you idiots who I am. questions, you stupid bum. You stupid bum. You're a stupid bum. Shut up, you stupid bum. You stupid bum. You're a bum. You're a bum. You're a bum. Shut up, you stupid bum. Jehovah, shut your ass up. Shut your ass up. Punk ass bitch. Punk ass bitch. You and Caleb. You and Caleb Wilson. What? What now? What now? Say something now. Say something now. You punk ass bitch. Good luck in a tent city. Bro, that's not how I live. I know you want to say that so you can feel better about yourself, but that's not what's going on. That's not what's going on. Okay? So shut your ass up because you can't see the fight because you're too broke. Eat some watermelon. I will. I love watermelon. Watermelon's great for you. So I don't even know why you're insinuating that in any kind of way. But again, you're just an idiot that wants to feel better about himself. So say something else stupid again. I'm gonna block you out of here. I'm gonna block you out of here. Of course you do. Yeah, of course you do. What the hell does that mean? What the hell does that even mean? Jehovah is an idiot. All right, I'm just gonna let Jehovah talk while I don't answer him. Yeah, go afford one. You bum. You bum. You bum. You bum. You bum. You bum. You freaking bum. Do something. Do something. You freaking bum. You can't even watch a fight on your own. You can't even watch a fight. You bum. You bum. What's up? What's up now? All right, so here we go. Uh, Sutton's doing a very good job right now of really just holding himself down right here after getting that knockdown and whatnot. So here he is now, just still fighting on and on and on and on and on. Uh, all right, so a good jab right there by Lillard. So if you're watching already, Jehovah, why do you need to ask me to show the fight? I mean, do you realize how dumb you are by going at it? We can do this all day. You're helping me with my engagement. So keep going. I am joking, my friend, and I am sorry. You better be sorry because you're sorry yourself, right? Don't ever be coming up in here doing all of that. But I will accept your apology and that's that. I'm gonna accept your apology and move on. Look, man, do me a favor, bro. Hit the like and subscribe button. Look, man, I'm only just trying to make it. I'm just trying to, do good on YouTube, trying to do what is right. I'm trying to just, make a different revenue for myself. Yes, I am. Salam alaikum wa rahmatullah wa barakatuh to you. So, how much shame do you feel that you have to, do all that and you're a Muslim? I mean, do you not feel shame that you are a Muslim and you have to do that? I understand. Wallahi, I'm sorry. All right, no problem. No problem. No problem. But listen, do me a favor, make it up to me by hitting the like and subscribe button. Not only that, also make it up to me by sending me a super chat with, just maybe a couple of dollars. That's all I need, my man. That's all I need. Yeah, just hit me a like and subscribe button. It's free. It's free to hit the like and subscribe button. I mean, are you that much of a hater that you won't do that? Thank you so much. Have a great night. Yeah, man, just hit up the like and subscribe button. Can you please hit up the like and subscribe button? Can you subscribe to my channel so you can make up for pretty much coming in here and annoying me for your own entertainment? So please, just do me that favor. I would really appreciate it, my man. Thank you. All right, so here we go. I will send dirham. Is that okay? Yeah, yeah, man. Whatever you want to send, brother. It will certainly help. Anything that you send helps, brother. Thank you. Oh, oh, wow, there it is. He just got knocked down again right now in the fifth round. Oh, wow, the towel just got through in right now. The towel just got through in. All right, so that right there is the end of the fight right there. The towel just got thrown in. Shout outs to shout outs to Lillard right there. It was three knockdowns right there. They threw in the towel. That was it. That was it. And that was all she wrote right there, man. And they got the Guns and Roses song playing in the background, too, on top of it. Sweet Child of Mine. They got Sweet Child of Mine playing in the background. Whoa, sweet child of mine. All right, and meanwhile, we got the UFC with their first fight of the evening right now. Oh, sweet child of mine. Melissa Tibbs says, "Who's winning in terms of which fight?" So, Sutton just got knocked out by Liddard right here in the Commonwealth title fight, which is the co-main event for David Allen. And right now, it's going to be the first fight of the UFC between Tecia Torres and what is this girl's name, Luana. So yeah, that's who we got going on right now in this matchup right now. I'm covering both UFC and uh, David Allen versus Fisher right now. So, hit the like and subscribe button because I'm here providing a service for everybody covering both sports right now. So please, yeah, hit the like and subscribe button if you will. All right, so Tecia Torres is now inside the cage, and we await the beginning of that fight as we await also David Allen versus Tecia Torres. All right, so here we go. Tecia and Pennington right now. We're going to cover this matchup while we wait for the co-main event. I'm sorry, the main event between Allen and Allen and Fisher. All right, so here we go. Tecia Torres getting announced right now. All right, so here we go. Round one between Tecia Torres and Pinheiro right here. Yeah, the height disadvantage of Tecia Torres. Let's see how she manages this one right here in the first fight of the UFC right here. Oh, wow. Okay, it's good head kick right there, caught by Pinheiro. There's a low kick right there by Pinheiro. Good low kick by Pinheiro. All right, there's a high kick right there by Pennington. Still within the first 2 minutes of this fight, just still the same over and over again. A little bit of a feeling out process. Low kicks by Pinheiro, high kick attempt by Pennington. 310, 309, 308 in the first round right now. Oh, there's a good hook right there by Pinheiro. All right, there's a bit of some stance switching by Pennington's side kick right there. Stance switches again. All right, there's some good punches being thrown here. Right down the middle by, oh, okay, there's some good shots right there by Pinheiro, swinging wild at that one. All right, some side kicks right there thrown by Tecia again. Using those side kicks to really offset the height discrepancy that she has going on there, and doing a very good job of fighting her at close range right here. 26 out of 55 shots for Pennington, 14 out of 39 for Pinheiro. So Pennington looks like she has the higher percentage in the striking right now. No takedowns, I think, attempted by any of them. Just all. Oh, she just got knocked down right now. Now she's on her back with 5 seconds left. All right, and that is the end of the round. We got Gilbert Burns versus Morales right now, the undercard of the first fight of the evening between Tecia Torres and Pinheiro. It's got the Burger King commercial going on right now. We are also awaiting the main event for Fisher and David Allen right now, about to come up soon. A very good card, good pacing in the card of David Allen and Fisher, right? Wasn't a lot of fights going on. And if they had fights, they were all important fights in terms of, let's say, Commonwealth titles, British titles, and everything in between that. So, all right. And Tecia Torres is maintaining that high kick and that side kick at the same time. High side kick and then body side kick at the same time. Uh, there it is. There's a high kick attempt right there. A little too short on that. I think the height discrepancy sort of falls into why she missed that kick. There's a low kick right there by Pinheiro. All right, so Harlem Eubank and Jack Catterall are going to have a fight in the summer, and they're announcing it right now as Tecia Torres and Luana Pinheiro is going on right now. So let's timestamp this right here. Yeah, that's a good step up for Harlem Eubank, I would imagine, right? You know, former world champion in Jack Catterall. So that should be interesting. So, yeah, here we are, Tecia Torres and Pennington. I think Tecia Torres is winning this one. I don't want to call her Pennington. Oh, but she got rocked right there. Oh, and then she goes and rocks back Pinheiro. Okay, there's a straight shot right there by Pinheiro right on Tecia Torres. All right, so there's Tecia right there with her wrestling. Got a body lock on her right now, trying to drag her down with just 10 seconds left in the second round right now. Got her up against the fence. Yeah, I think Tecia Torres won that round as well. So moving on, man, we got the main event between Fisher and David Allen coming up next. I'm going to give full concentration on that one while also giving some respects to the UFC. Now we are going into the third round. What is this? Next week, we got Blanchard versus Barber. Another Apex card. Yay! Apex cards. All right, third and final round on this one. There it is, another side kick thrown by Tecia Torres. All right, you're doing a Sweet Caroline song in the background right now. Sweet Caroline, as Tecia's fight is going on against Pinheiro while we wait for Dave Allen and David Fisher and Johnny Fisher. Sorry, they're both not Davids. Oh. All right, Tecia is about 3 minutes away from winning this fight, and all she has to do is just hold on. Oh, there's a axe kick right there. Oh, there's an oblique kick. Oh, very nice combination of kicks Pennington has going on right here. All right, we got 2 minutes left right now. David Allen and Fisher are about to start right now. All right, in the capital. All right, so now Pinheiro is right on top of Tecia Torres, and Tecia Torres is trying to get up. Okay, so now she's in side control. All right, that's the end of the fight right there. All right, well, that is the end of the round. That is the end of the fight. I'm going to predict Tecia wins that one right there. And here's David Allen right now walking out as we speak. So, and there's David Allen right there walking out. All right. So now, all right. So here's Johnny Fisher now walking out. All right. Interesting choice of music he's got coming out right here. All right. Well, next up on the fight in the UFC, we got the next fight coming up while David Allen and Fisher are about to set to do battle. All right. So we right now await the main event between David Allen and Fisher. All right. So South Korea's Song Young Park ready to set to do battle right here. All right. So this fight is about to start right here between Hernandez and Sung. And then on the other side, we have David Allen versus Johnny Fisher, all going down at the same time right now. So, yes. the people's champ, as they say, David Allen. Look at his hair. Very John Cena like in his hair, isn't it? Just a little bit of a John Cena like. Defending. Johnny Fisher. Here we go. Johnny Fisher up next. All right, Johnny Fisher and David Allen are about to fight right now, just as I had mentioned, right? And on the other side, we have Young Park taking on Hernandez, Sung Young Park, Carlos Hernandez, David Allen, Fisher coming up right now. We're going to try to cover both of these fights simultaneously as it's going on. Bear with me. Let's get this cracking and popping right now. Here we go. Here we go. So a little bit of a feeling out process between them right now. All right, so it's official right now. We have Fisher versus David Allen going on right now as we speak. Meanwhile, Sung Young Park is being announced right now, and David Allen is walking down Johnny Fisher right now as Johnny Fisher is getting backed up into the ropes. David Allen looking a bit of every David Allen as he can be, right? With a little bit of some love handles. By the way, not to take into account that he's got serious knockout power. Oh, look, and there's a South Korean actor right there coming to support Sung Young Park, taking on Carlos Hernandez on the UFC side. So bear in mind, we are covering both fights right now as we speak, and I'm doing a play-by-play while two fights are going on right now. So far, David Allen is still walking him down, but Fisher is doing a very good job of keeping the jab at bay towards David Allen. So he goes from one up top down to the bottom. And meanwhile, we have Park and Hernandez. There's Hernandez right there with a low kick. At the same time, David Allen and Fisher are in a clinch position right now. All right, there's a good jab by Fisher once again, doing a very good job of what he wanted to do in this fight. And it's looking a lot like the first fight. Now there's David Allen with an overhand right there in the first round. There's a double jab, pump double jab on that one towards David Allen. Very good job. Nice long combinations. There's a high kick right there by Park. There's a low kick right there by Park. And there's a body shot, a body jab right there by Park. And Allen and Fisher are clinched up right now as we speak. All right, that's the end of round one between Fisher and David Allen. Hard to tell who won that one. Let me know what you guys think online. Okay, let me know what you think. Who won that first round right there? I'm going to go with David Allen. I think he won that first round right there. Oh wow. Okay, there it is. Song just got a tap right now. Song just got a tap. Shout out to Song. He got a submission on that one. And now we concentrate on David Allen and Fisher right now as we speak. So shout out to him in that win right there. So now we're in round two with Fisher. All right. Very good uh, prospect right here. The Korean Sung getting a submission win right in front of his fellow countryman, who is a famous actor that's in the Apex Center right now. So yeah, even for small cards, man, they're bringing in all these different Apex celebrities. Obviously, if you're not tapped into Korean drama in any kind of way, you're probably not going to know who that guy is. But on any regard, yeah, let's concentrate on David Allen and Fisher right now. Now, so far, still the same from the first to the second round. A lot of overhand rights, a lot of overhand power shots thrown by David Allen, and then walking him down. Meanwhile, what Fisher is doing is sort of jabbing him while walking back. Now, right now, he needs to do something a little bit different. Instead of circling around, maybe go forward with his jab and then try to not allow David Allen to walk him back, right? Because, I mean, that could be deemed points for David Allen just based on general ringsmanship. But on any event, all right, so they're both clinched up right now. All right, so yeah, this is a 10 rounder. I thought it was going to be a 12 rounder, but okay, it's a 10 rounder. Obviously, they're still in that level right now where they only have to do 10 rounds. So, yeah, so the second round right there, man, that's a tough one to score. These are tough rounds to score, man. Uh-oh, David Allen just got hurt right now. David Allen just got hurt right now. All right, so yeah, David Fisher has officially hurt David Allen, and he needed a follow up on that one, but not much avail on that one. Just showing a little promo from Morales right now. Yeah, so a little more aggressive step on the part of David Fisher here. Oh, wow. Okay, now he's starting to throw hooks at David Allen, really fighting like a heavyweight instead of, yeah, a smaller man that's just trying to jab his way into victory. But that's what you got to do to David Allen. You got to hurt him a little bit. Otherwise, he's going to try and hurt you. Okay, but now there it is. As I said that, there it is. He just hurt David Fisher right now. Ooh, what is that? Hold up, timeout. He hit him in the break right there. He's going to tell David, what is this? I think he's going to give him a warning. Is he going to take points away? No, he's not. Okay, he's giving him a warning. He's not going to take away points from him like that. So, all right. So he's on the attack towards David Allen right now. All right, that's the end of the round right there. Wow, man, 17-0 is Michael Morales, bro. I'm really curious to see how he does tonight, man. Michael Morales kind of looks like my homie Idrees a little bit. You know what I mean? Let me speak of which, man. All right, so here we go. Next round coming up right now. We got round number 4 already for this 10-round fight. Uh, a little more to a step right now is Fisher. Right, there's a double jab pump by Fisher once again. All right, there's another jab by Fisher. Jab to the body and jab to the head. All right, so we got a women's fight coming up next in the UFC. So Yeah, doing a very good job at keeping that jab right there by Fisher. He's doing a very good job of keeping that jab going. I think he just hurt Fisher right there. No, I think he hurt David Allen, but David Allen is moving forward on him. Okay, now they're clinched up, close range between them right now. Okay, going up and down with those jabs right there. All right, so that's the end of the fourth round. All right, here we go. Round number 5 between David Allen and David Fisher. Johnny Fisher is doing a very good job of keeping those jabs going right there. All right, really good fight going on with David Allen and David and Johnny Fisher here. Oh, that's a good body shot. Allen looked like he was complaining for a low blow, but then the referee was like, "No, keep going, keep it going." So we're already halfway into this fight right now. I think, yeah, man, Fisher's doing, not bad. But then there's David Allen, always dangerous in every single one of these exchanges. Oh, there's some hard shots right there, man. David Allen can hit, man. He can absolutely hit this dude. Look at this. Oh, he's looking to finish Fisher right now, man. He's looking to fraud check Fisher. Look at this, man. He's looking to finish him. Oh, my goodness! Oh, wow. David Allen just knocked down Fisher. I can't believe it. David Allen just knocked out Fisher. Knocked down Fisher. 7, 8. Oh, wow. He looks wobbled, man. David Allen is looking to finish him off right there. And he just pushes the referee away, saying, you know what, I'm all right, man. I'm ready to go. But look at David Allen. Oh, he's looking to finish. Oh! 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 David Allen got the finish. I can't believe it. David Allen. David Allen just got the finish right now. Wow, he absolutely fraud checked Fisher right now. I can't believe it. David Allen KOs and finishes Miller. Wow, man. What an amazing win for David Allen, man. That was a great win. That was a great win for David Allen. That was amazing. Amazing win for David Allen. I'm glad that fight is over, so now we can just concentrate on the UFC. But yeah, man, shout out to David Allen for that win, bro. That was an amazing, amazing win. Man, we got to put some music on for that one. Shout out to David Allen, man. Good job on that one. And coming up next in the UFC, obviously, we've got Reed versus Gomes coming up. Wow, man, very shocking. I mean, it's shocking for the casual fans. Anybody that knows and understands boxing, this is not shocking at all. But okay, let's get to Reed versus Gomes right now. That is currently in progress as we speak. Okay, so here we go. All right, so here we go, man. Gomes is attacking Reed right now with just 1 minute into the fight right now. As after we just witnessed David Allen KOing Fisher right now. Very crazy turn of events, but nonetheless, here we are covering both fights. Now we only got one fight to cover, which is the UFC. So yeah, let's switch it over to the UFC as soon as. Yeah, really a good ignition for the career of David Allen, man. He really, yeah, he really took this one to the next level. So this was for the WBA Intercontinental Championship. Interesting. All right, so we are now going to switch over to Burns versus Morales on this one. Wow, he finally has an international belt, man. Shout out to David Allen, man. You know, he really earned this one. What a great underdog story for David Allen, really. Yeah, this is a David Fisher crowd. Thinking about it, right? It's a David Fisher crowd, and they're cheering for David Allen. Yeah, his first title as a professional, which is crazy. All right, so we just now switched over our concentration on this particular fight right here. Yeah, the experience of David Allen is ultimately what won him this fight right here. And yeah, man, big ups and congratulations to him on this one. He absolutely deserved this win right here. So, Wow. So he said that, yeah, Johnny Fisher is his friend, that he has no, ill will towards him in any kind of way. All right. Meanwhile, Gomes and Reed exchanging kicks at each other right now. Oh, wow. Okay, there's Gomes right now. Oh, wow. She's looking to finish Reed right now. She is looking to finish Reed. Oh, wow. That is it. Gomes just finished Reed right there. Amazing. Amazing, 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 amazing. That was an amazing finish by Gomes. Gomes gets an amazing finish right there. All right, man. All right, good. Yeah, Dave didn't feel like he should have taken a rematch because this was the end result of it, and here we are. Really happy for David Allen, man. That was a great win for him. Really good win for David Allen. Well-deserved win. There he is. I think he's talking to somebody on the selfie right here, or selfie recording the action happening. All right, man. Great night of fights so far, man. Can't really complain about none of these fights. So you got to finish from Gomes, and then you got to finish from Allen. Yeah, man. Great day of fights, nonetheless. Let's go. right, so next up we got Santos versus Lisboa. That is the next fight coming up right now. All right, let's turn off. David Allen. Glad I was able to catch that fight and not only that, also cover it, well-deservingly cover it. So. All right. So we got Santos coming up right now, taking on Lisboa right now. So here we go. Sao Paulo, Brazil. All right, here we go. Santos. All right, so here we go. Round number one between them right now. There's Santos circling around Lisboa. Okay, nice kick right there. Caught by Lisboa. All right, there's a body lock right there by Santos. Takes down Lisboa. All right, so now she has her in a side control position right now. I believe she's probably looking for a crucifix. Okay, now they're in a north south position. A lot of options here from the north south position. Now this boa from the bottom is trying to get up out of here. Okay, now she's got her in a side control position. Okay, now she's trying to get out from this position right here, using defense to try to get up. All right, so Santos still remaining top position right now, with Lisboa still trying to get up from these very hard grinding style of Santos right now. Now she has the body lock on her right up against the fence. All right, so that's the end of the round right there. Next round coming up. Round number 2. All right, here we go. Round number 2. All right, so Santos is doing a very good job of circling around right now. All right, she takes her down again. Yeah, so being in the middle of the octagon right now, while she has her in this side control position, I think she's going to have a very hard time getting up. Yeah, still maintaining this top position right now, not going anywhere whatsoever. Just maintaining this right on top. All right, doing a really good job of maintaining this position now. Now she's got her back. At first, she was looking for the mount, but now she has the back position right now. There's a good chance that she's going to try to get the rear naked choke from this position right here. Or get a ground and pound going, which is what's happening here. Up next is Yadir Del Valle taking on Connor Matthews in the featherweight division. And then you got Jared Gordon and Thiago Moises after that. It's a good one. And then in the main event, you have Julian Arosa taking on Costa, Norson Rubdioff taking on Dustin Soltoff, and then Sadiq Youssef taking on Myron Santos. And then obviously Paul Craig versus Rodolfo Bellato for the co-main event, and the main event, Gilbert Burns versus Morales. What do we got here, Scott? 322. Wow, gets a buzzer beater. All right, Americana gets an Americana submission right there. Very good job. All right. Wow, man, that was a good submission win, right? A buzzer beater type of win. That's the type of wins that I like right there, right? You know, where you just get in there and you got about last few minutes and then you really try and go for the finish. And lo and behold, that's exactly what Santos did. So on to the next one. on to the next one. And Matthews. Yeah, real ecstatic for her win, as she should, man. That was a very good submission right there, and good sportsmanship by both ladies right now. So now Luana is talking to Michael Bisping for her post-fight celebration and interview right here. So Well, all right, here we go. Round number one. All right, here's the debut now of what's this guy's name? Yadir de Valle taking on Connor Matthews. Connor Matthews in the white, Del Valle in the black. All right, nice leg kick right there by Del Valle. Another leg kick to follow up by Matthews. Some nice leg kicks right there by Del Valle. Not looking much of UFC jitters, as they say, right? So oh, wow. Okay. He just knocks him down right there. Knocks down Matthews. Now he's right on top of him. Wow. Okay. There it is, man. Del Valle gets a submission right there. Shout out to Del Valle for his UFC debut win right there. Yeah, he starched him right here, man. All right, so then he takes him down, sets up the finish right here, rear naked choke. Well, all right, there's another submission win right there at not tonight. So yeah, we're gonna keep this thing going. All right, so we're just waiting for the next matchup right now. Oh yeah, we got Jared Gordon taking on Thiago Moises next. I'm looking forward to this matchup right here. This is a matchup I'm definitely looking forward to right here. Thiago Moises versus Jared Gordon. Let's get it. All right, yeah, I'm really excited for Jared Gordon, simply because I want to see how he comes back after this hiatus and what he does with it. I'm confident he's got a good shot of winning this one, I think. So All right, here we go. Round one between Jared Gordon and Jared Gordon versus Moises. Here we go. Already a knockdown by Jared Gordon here. Straight away, he's taking control of this fight. Real good grappling on the part of Jared Gordon here. By the way, Jared Gordon gave Paddy Pimblett one of the hardest fights of his life. So Jared Gordon doing a very good job of controlling Moises for half of the round right now. Just good grappling on the ground, kept him there. Now got him up against the fence. Good grind and just keeps it going. All right, so there's a good leg kick by Jared Gordon. Oh, wow. He just knocked him out. I can't believe it. Jared Gordon just knocked out Thiago Moises. That was out of nowhere. He knocked him out of nowhere. That was crazy, man. That was crazy. He blasted him out of nowhere. That was great, man. Shout out to Jared Gordon on that good knockout. Wow, man. Great win on the part of Jared Gordon on that one. Great win. And of course, representing the East Coast. Shout out to Jared Gordon They're about to come back and make this official. Wow. Wow, man. All right, everybody. Shout out to everybody around the world right now. Good fights going on. Jared Gordon just got a knockout. What's the next fight we got coming up right now? Let me, so I can hear myself here. We got Gabe Green taking on Camilo next. All right, Gabe Green. Oh wow, and this is in the lightweight division, so I suppose Green went down for this one because he fought Ian Gary at 170. All right, man. Real good fights going on tonight. I'm gonna tell you, man, real good fights. Right? This is why it's great to be a hardcore fan because you never know when good fights happen, and then when good fights happen, you catch up to it in ways that the other people don't. So this is great stuff, man. Great stuff. We got Gabe Green coming up next, and then the main card right after that. So this is just falling right down really quickly, you know. So there's Gabe Green taking on Camilo. Now, what's up with the cornrows? He's bald in the live shot, but he was with cornrows. I guess, yeah, I guess he kind of shaved it just right before the fight. So, well, okay, Mateus Camille. I wonder if he's Muslim, bro. You know, because he was doing this right, walking into, you know, the cage. You know, this is like, you know, when you're making your dua, and then when you do the one finger sign that symbolizes that there's only one God. Wow. Okay, so he's fought at 145 pounds, and Gabe Green is fought at 170. This is sort of a good little even, uh, yeah, even playing field for them fighting at 155, I suppose, right? All right, so here's Gabe Green walking out into the cage right now. All right, so he feels that he really belongs in his weight class in comparison to, let's say, 170. I'm gonna have to agree with that assessment only because you know what, like he's a little bit shorter, right? I think the biggest argument to moving down a weight class is if you feel that you are too short to be at that weight class. But then again, what does height really matter when Daniel Cormier was the heavyweight champion of the world, right? Even Mike Tyson was the heavyweight champion of the world. So, you know, you got to wonder, you know, does height really matter in that sense sometimes? And you know, that's what you got to figure out on your own as a fighter. And Gabe Green is figuring out, you know what, I belong in 155, so that's where I'm going to fight at. 5'10", okay, that's not a bad height for 170. But then you look at 170 fighters like Ian Gary right now, who's standing at like 6'3". Yeah, it's probably a good idea. All right. All right, now here we go. Round number one, Gabe Green. A bit of a feel out process going on here. Yeah, it looks like Camille's waiting for a shot right here, looking to look for the perfect shot, I suppose. Nice low kick right there by Camilo. Ooh, there's some hard shots right there by Camilo. Yeah, really good footwork on the part of Green right there. All right, yeah, real good patience on both of these men right now. Nice leg kick right there by Camille, real low one. All right, good takedown by Camilo. Now he gets Gabe Green down. Let's see how Gabe Green responds to this takedown right here. Let's see what he does off of his back. All right, that's the end of the round. Mm, I may have to give that round to Camilo. As much as I like Gabe Green, yeah, I'm going to give that one to Camilo. All right, round number two. First round, I give it to Camilo and Green. He's looking to do something different here, but then there's that low kick right there by Camilo, getting that low kick in again. Okay, now just exchanging in the pockets right there. Ooh, as he throws in a flying knee going into Camilo as he clinches him up against the cage. And gets another takedown again. So same, a little bit of this same as the first round. All right, maintaining this top control position right now by Camilo. Oh, now he's looking for a triangle. How about this? He just slapped on that triangle right there. He's looking to finish Gabe Green right here. Gabe Green's looking to slam him. Boom. But even after that slam, he still maintains it. And he's got it on lock, man. I don't think the referee could even see him being locked up here. Let's see if he gets a finish. Wow. Okay. He's looking to grab that arm right there. He's got the figure four right in. Looks very similar to when Anderson Silva. Oh, wow. Okay. Very good escape on the part of Gabe Green. Now it's Gabe Green that has the back of Camilo. And you got to wonder, did he put too much energy into that to where now Gabe Green can potentially take advantage? Now it is Gabe Green who is in his back. Now he's got a figure four leg lock, looking to get a rear naked choke, hitting shots to his body, hitting shots to his head while maintaining the figure four leg lock. And now Camilo is looking for a 2-on-1 position in his arm right now as Gabe Green is still maintaining the figure four leg lock right around his body. And by the way, one of the things that people have to understand about a figure four leg lock, when it's locked in on you like that, they are really trying to squeeze the breath out of you, right? Gabe Green is squeezing for his life right here, preventing the breathing patterns of Camilo. Now he's looking for a rear naked choke right here. Oh, wow. How about this? Wow, man. Gabe Green just got a submission right there. Gabe Green got a submission. Shout out to Gabe Green, man. He got that submission out of nowhere. Look, man, Camilo was literally close right there of getting that getting that choke or getting that submission early on, right? And then out of nowhere, boom, there it is. He gets Gabe Green gets him after getting his back. Oh my goodness, man, that was a great sudden turn of events right there. So let's take a look at what happened here. Okay. So he takes Gabe Green down, controls him from the top, really good at maintaining top control here. Almost got uh he almost got that right there. That triangle choke. He wasn't able to get the triangle choke. Gabe Green escaped, which by the way, I think really tired out Camilo. Then he gets his back, grounds and pounds him, gets the figure four leg lock right around, and then gets the rear naked choke and gets the victory. Hard fought fight and well deserved for Gabe Green on that one. And that right there is the end of the prelims. Now on to the main card for the night. Amazing win by Gabe Green, man. And a great story, by the way. These are the type of stories that you never hear out of fighters, right? You never hear out of the stories from like the prelim fighters. You know about the stories of Conor McGregor. You know about his struggles. You know about fighter A struggle, fighter B struggle. And when I mean fighter A and fighter B, I'm talking about guys with like well-known names. Well, Gabe Green is not really one of the most well-known names out there, but on any event, man, he was able to pull through tonight with the adversity, and he was suffering in silence. Because look, you gotta understand this, right? If you're a high-profile MMA fighter, everybody is going to know everything about you and what you got going on, right? They're going to know all the ins and outs of what's going on in your life and this and that, and the struggles and the happiness that goes along with it, the thrill and the agony. You got all of that going on. But when you're somebody like Gabe Green, who's just coming up, and then you got a 2-year hiatus for whatever reason you got going on, and he had no money coming in, man, it was just great to see him get this victory nonetheless. But yeah, shout out to Gabe Green, and on to the main card coming up in 5 minutes. This video right here is going to break down UFC 319 Chimaev versus DDP, which is going to take place in Chicago, Illinois, UFC 219. The other fight that doesn't have a venue, doesn't have a date, but has a confirmed matchup is JDM versus Islam Makhachev, and UFC 317 the main headline, along with other headlines that I mentioned, such as Dariush versus Moicano, and in the other one, Brandon Royval versus Manel Cap, and in the other one, the co-main event between Kai Asakara taking on Pantoja, and that is all in UFC 317. Now, I'm very surprised that they decided to strip Islam Makhachev. And you know what? I'm hearing a lot of rumbles with many people online that are complaining that we're not going to get to see Ilia Topuria taking on Islam Makhachev. That is the focal point online right now, and the argument that many people are making. They don't like the JDM fight because, let's be honest, we didn't think JDM would be up here, let alone be a champion. But guess what? Like I said, right now, JDM is playing the role of Eddie Alvarez in 2016 when Conor McGregor won the double championship. Except this time, we're not going to have a double championship. And again, I've gone into multiple reasons and many different subjects as to why they have decided to take this particular route. And if you want to check that out, I urge you to take a look at my live stream. Dana White announces on one of my latest live streams just right before this video. Okay, just right before this video, when this video is about to be released. I talk about in great details why they don't want a double championship anymore. And one of the main reasons why they don't want a double championship, well, I'm going to just briefly talk about it here and then talk about these fights. They don't want a double championship because it's going to be very difficult for them to control another Conor McGregor. And it's not to say that Islam Makhachev will cause them any strife in that kind of matter, but they will cause him the strife when it comes to the negotiating room, where ultimately, when it comes to business, that's where it all matters. So, with this in mind, we got Islam Makhachev taking on JDM for the 170-pound strap. And that's going to be for the undisputed 170-pound strap. But Islam was stripped of the title. So now it is Ilia Topuria that is taking on Charles Oliveira for the championship. Oh, so I'm here ordering In-N-Out. If you guys have ever been to In-N-Out Burgers before, it's one of the most famous California burgers they have out here. So that's what we're about to embark on. Okay, so going back to the subject matter at hand, are a lot of people disappointed that it is Ilia Topuria fighting Charles Oliveira instead of Islam? Yes. But you have to understand, these two men have ambitions that are far beyond each other, that are far beyond the beef that they got going on. And speaking of beef, excuse me for a second, I'm about to order something. Hey, how you doing, my man? Good. 2 plain cheeseburgers.
2 cheeseburgers, plain.
And then 2 double protein style burgers.
All right. And you got onions on those?
Yes.
All right.
And then also 6 fries.
6 fries. Right.
Yeah. And that's it.
And would you like any drinks today?
No, that'll be all.
And will that be from the car?
To go.
To go? All right. So I have 2 cheeseburgers plain, so only the cheese on that. 2 double onions, protein style, and then 6 fries to go.
Awesome.
And that'll be 38.24.
Thank you, brother. Hey, you'll be featured on my YouTube. It's Kyrie Abu El Kir MMA. I do MMA content, so if you want to check it out, you'll be right on there.
All right, thank you.
Thank you, brother.
Have a good one.
You as well. All right, so going back to Islam Makhachev and for Ilia Topuria, right? A lot of people are disappointed this fight is not happening, and I totally get it. I totally understand. But you know what? It doesn't mean that this fight won't happen. There's going to be several scenarios. The first scenario I drawn up was, all right, you know what? This is going to be for the interim belt. Let Islam hold on to the belt, okay, as the undisputed champion, and then let Ilia Topuria fight for the interim belt. Because let's be honest, the Charles Oliveira fight is nothing more than a glorified undisputed championship belt. I'm sorry, a glorified #1 contender for the undisputed championship belt. Instead, they made it vacant, and now they're going to make it the undisputed championship belt. Okay? That's what I thought. Islam wins, Ilya wins, they can meet each other at 155. Well, now the tables have turned. Ilya can actually go forth all the undisputed championship belts and potentially be the first guy to win all 3 belts at 170. With Islam as a champion, given if Islam does beat JDM, which I think he will. But that's my official prediction for now. Now, John Jones and Tom Aspinall. Also another fight that is yet to be mentioned in this particular category. Why? Well, they're either going to do it in the summertime or past the summertime. But either way, these are the cards that we have right now. Exciting times for the UFC. You got Islam Makhachev taking on JDM at a later date. John Jones versus Tom Aspinall on a later date to be announced. Khamzat versus Chimaev already signed for Chicago. And then you got Ilia Topuria taking on Charles Oliveira for the undisputed championship belt, set to take place at UFC 317 with the co-main event as Pantoja versus Kai Kara France, along with Manel Kape versus Brandon Royval, and then you got Moicano, Money Moicano, the man who's been in there with Islam Makhachev, the man who's been in there with RDA, some of the best guys in the world, now taking on Beneil Dariush, who's also been in there with some of the best guys in the world. You know what we got here? A 50-50 fight in that situation. But on any regard, these are the announcements for the fights. I'm very excited for it. I'm very excited for the In-N-Out burgers as well. I will see you in the next one. Don't forget to like and subscribe. Inshallah. They're not here forever. What is Canelo again? 36. What is Terrence Crawford? 34. They got good years behind them, but what about the 5-year? What about the 5-year road? What about 5 years? Okay? What about 5 years? Are they going to be around? Probably not. So who's next? Somebody's always going to be next. But that is wise, because whatever is next, it's going to be cultivated by Dana White. And why is it that they want Dana White to cultivate all of that? Well, for the simple reason that they want to control the pay structure of the guys that are coming into the game. They also want to control their future production, their future marketing, and also get a stake into their copyrights and their likeness. Just like— Well, all right. Before I go into why I think Dana White is the perfect promoter for Crawford and Canelo, let me just say that shout outs to downtown Sacramento, that nice little stroll that I had in that video. We're going to see the completion of that in a minute. But first, yes, Dana White is the perfect promoter for Canelo and Crawford. For one, Crawford has had great relationships with the UFC. If you didn't know, he has friend in the UFC with the name of Mirsad Bektik, I believe, which is a Bosnian fighter. And on top of that, he's been a lifelong wrestler. His kids are wrestlers, and don't be surprised if Crawford's sons end up in the UFC one day due to that wrestling background, on top of the fact that their dad is one of the best boxers in the world. But on any regard, what about Canelo? Why is he great for Dana White? Obviously, they had the same fight at the same night at UFC's Noche during the Berlanga fight. A little bit of a conflict of interest. However, the Saudis coming into the game sort of mitigates a lot of these conflict of interest that's going on in boxing, as you've seen with Eddie Hearn, as you've seen with Frank Warren, two rival tribal promotions at that, right? All of a sudden coming together. Sort of the legacy of the Saudi royal family and how they sort of settled a lot of disputes and beefs amongst tribes within the desert of that country. But on any regard, yes, Dana White is now the promoter of this particular fight, and I gotta say, there's a lot of great things that can go into that, but there's also other things that we need to look at, and we're about to explore all of that right now. In the books, and we're going to talk about Terrence Crawford fighting Canelo Alvarez, which is going to take place in September the 12th, which I believe just goes on to every single year's, I believe, Mexican Independence Day. So that's sort of the card that it falls under. And here's another thing that I think is worth mentioning. Dana White is going to promote that event under the TKO banner, which, by the way, is a new banner that Turki Al-Sheikh has now made for the League of Boxing. So what exactly does all of this implication mean? What does it mean? Does it mean that we're going to see new sanctioning bodies in terms of championship belts? Well, perhaps, but I don't think that it's going to be the official sanctioning body belt. It's just going to add on another belt into the mix. So in other words, you have the TKO belt, then you have the ring, then you have the WBO. At one point that was disputed. The IBO in the modern context of today is even more disputed. Then you have the WBC, the WBA, the list goes on and on and on and on with all the championship belts. And if you're a real hardcore boxing aficionado, you can absolutely name all the alphabets that I had just mentioned. So why is it that Dana White is probably the best promoter to promote this particular fight? Well, first of all, he's already had experience in the world of MMA. And I think there's a part of Dana White that has always wanted to do boxing, because obviously that was his first love. Mixed martial arts just happened to be a thing that happened to be an original sport, not necessarily from his idea, but original in a sense where he was, once again, one of the OGs, the original gangsters or the original godfathers that sort of cemented the sport to where it's at today. So what does this mean for boxing? Well, over the years, there's been a debate on whether boxing and the UFC are compatible with each other, or which one is greater, which one is better. Well, the obvious choice right now, from what it seems, especially with the money that's being put behind, is boxing. But there was one point where the UFC was sort of right up there more than boxing. Now, is that always going to be the case? No, I think there's going to be a fluctuation going back and forth on, okay, you know what? This is what's hot. And then next thing you know, this is what's hot, and so on and so forth. It fluctuates. Well, right now, it is boxing that has the entire world by the balls. And by that, I mean exactly with Turki Al-Sheikh throwing all the money and all the big fights that has happened. Look, I think that it's gotten to the point where it changed the landscape of the whole entire industry. And I'm talking about boxing. Now, why is it that I exclusively only say that it is the industry of boxing and not necessarily the UFC? Well, here's the thing, right? We know that there is an intention behind Turki Al-Sheikh to also cultivate the UFC as a partner with the UFC, even though the UFC has its own thing going on. Now, what does that mean exactly for boxing? I'm going to tell you exactly what that means for boxing, right? What that means is that you now have a situation where there's one person that's running the whole entire show in one umbrella. That's what they want. Now, I know that sounds nefarious, but at the same time, as nefarious as that sounds, that also creates a lot of the fights that we really want to see. Now, there are times where these people actually do want the big fights, and I'm talking about the actual fighters themselves. And there are times that they don't. These are one of the times where both Canelo and Crawford actually believe they can beat each other. But when it comes to John Jones and when it comes to Tom Aspinall, we don't know. Now, obviously, from the time that this is being recorded, we don't know exactly. You know what? I'm going to get out of here because there's music playing, so I don't want to get any particular copyright strikes while I am in this part of downtown Sacramento right now. So, okay, so here it goes, right? Here's something you guys have to understand. Dana White promoting this is just a beginning of what is to come. What exactly is to come from this? Well, look, right now, there's this notion that a lot of people believe that the Saudis have absolutely no limit to the money that they're willing to spend. In fact, they don't even care about the the financial returns that comes out of this. That's the stereotypical notion right now. Is this true? The answer is no. And the reason why I say that it's no is because oftentimes in the Western world, what we think about when it comes to long-term effects and when it comes to long-term strategy almost is literally non-existent to the Western mind. But in the Eastern mind, in the Middle Eastern mind, in people that are outside of the Western world, they have a different view of how they see the world. You see, they look at terms in a long-term plan, generational. They look at what they could do for their children and how their legacy is going to follow suit. And I'm sorry to say, this is not something that is very common in the United States for one reason or another. Now, one of the main reasons why it's not common in the United States to have this legacy-driven type of business long-term strategy is because we are at a culture where we want everything to be right now. Now, sometimes that's good, sometimes that's bad, but I tell you what, the aspect of Western culture where you want everything right now without waiting, without any particular way of earning it or anything like that, that particular notion, okay, can be provided for, obviously, by the Saudis, especially with the appetite of what combat sports fans have going on. So they can absolutely facilitate that. Now, what they can't facilitate is huge returns, at least not in the current moment of time. So how exactly are they going to go about and all right, here we go. We have Julian Erosa and Mizel Costa coming up right now. So let's turn the music off, get the camera on. All right, here we go, guys. Don't forget to like and subscribe. Hit the share button, hit the like button, hit every button that can help this channel go up. Let's go. Let's do this. All right, round one. First fight of the main card of the evening. Right on the 5-hour point of this live stream that we are doing right now. And by the way, for those of you that want to check out all the action that was led up into this live stream, please check out the timestamps on the description below to give you some full details of what we got going on here today. Yeah, this is one of those tough nights where it's going to be very hard for people to obtain bonuses because there have been many finishes in this card right now. And look, this is Costa and Rosa swinging it out right here. Oh wow, there's a nice high kick right there, connected by Costa, right on the head of Julian Erosa. All right, man. So Michael Bisping just shouted out Chasing Status in the House, which is a UK band. If you guys know anything about that show Bulletproof, there's that song, when it all goes wrong, when it all goes wrong. Yeah, you know that song. It was on the show Bulletproof. For those of you that are tapped into UK, uh, yeah, UK TV and all of that. So, oh, nice jumping back kick right there on the part of Costa. And there's Julian Erosa trying to shoot in for a double leg, takes him down. All right, that's the end of the round right there. Very close round. I'm going to probably have to give that one to Costa. All right, here we go. Round number two. All right, there's a body kick right there by Costa. One-two shot by Costa right there. Ooh, nice shot right there. Straight shot by Costa. Yeah, very economical movement on the part of Costa there. All right, Arosa still has that body lock on him right now. All right, good straight shots by Costa so far. I'm really liking that he's throwing these straight shots out here. Yeah, now Julian's trying to throw some straight shots right here. All right, man, that's the end of the second round right there. All right, so it's got some clinch position on the part of Julian Arosa right now, keeping Costa right up against the fence, doing a very good job trying to get the body lock, but instead Costa gets right on top of him. Oh, there's a nice up kick right there. Now they're back up on their feet. Pretty good fight so far, I must say. Nice elbow right there by Costa. Oh, nice body kick right there by Costa. Nice front kick right there by Costa. Just kind of grazes right in the ear of right in Arosa. Nice front kick by Arosa. Just grazed the ear of Costa a little bit there. Now they got 26 seconds left in the third round. Let's see how this one is going to be scored right here. Very tough fight to score, quite honestly. All right, man. Yeah, both men leaving everything right there, and we're about to find out who is going to win this fight right here. Yeah, very tough fight to score on that one. I couldn't give you a good score on that fight, man. All right, well, Costa just got himself a decision win on that one. All right, so Costa gets a decision win, and he's shouting out a friend of his that recently just passed away, as he is on his victory speech right now with Michael Bisping. So he's asking, why was there a lot of blood on his foot? What was all that about? Oh, yeah, some good kicks right there and some good connections on the part of Costa. All right, man. Shout out to Costa on that win right there. Big win for Costa. Well, on to the next one. Earlier in the chat, there was this guy asking me about oh, which fight was this right here? This one right here. This brother earlier was asking about this fight. So yeah, there we go. Aaron Blanchfield and Macy Barber. I think that's next week, I believe. But on any event, yeah, Nursultan is the next fight right now. All right. Nur Sultan coming up next. All right. Well, Dustin Soltox and Nur Sultan. Let's see right now. The 6'4", 185er. Very similar to that of Israel Adesanya, isn't it? You know, same size and all that. So, and then after that, you got Sadiq Youssef. Yeah, after this fight, these three next upcoming fights are pretty highly into. All right, UFC 317, huh? All right, so yeah, 6'4", 185er. I mean, this is a pretty exciting fighter right here. But for somebody who's 6'4", he's got quite a shorter reach. So, but it's got really long limbs. So it's going to be really interesting to see how this is going to come about. All right, so we're in a long commercial break right now. All right. So a little longer commercial right now. We're just waiting for Costa. I'm sorry, not Costa. Stoltzov and Nursulon. All right, still on commercial. They got really long commercials, right? As opposed to the David Allen and the right here. Hold on a second. Let me make sure this microphone is good. Yeah, no, I think it was the David Allen and the official fight. I think really good piece. Here we are. It's long commercial in between a UFC fight. So here we go. We're just waiting. All right, here we go. Middleweight fixture between Nur Sultan, the 6'4", 185er versus Dustin Soltov, straight out of Germany. Let's go. Let's go right here. Third to the last fight of the evening, or at least the fourth to the last fight of the evening. We got 3 fights after this, and they are a banger. You got Sadiq Yusuf taking on Myron Santos, and then Paul Craig, his last chance ever against Rodolfo Balacho. All right. So let's see here. Nursultan bouncing up and down as he should. Oh, Stolzov just knocked down Nursultan right now. Wow, man. Good knockdown on his part. Oh, look, he's going for a guillotine. Oh, wow. Is he going to get it? No, 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 no. It's not in tight. It's not in tight. Oh, wow. He's got it right under the chin. He seems okay. Yeah, he was rocked first, so it's going to affect him in some kind of way. Can he get out of this? Can he get out of this? Okay, he has to get rid of that arm right there, but Stoltz has a very good grip on it. He's cranking it. Yeah, he is thinking about the submission, but no, he gets right back up. All right, now he's right on the full guard position. All right, so now Stoltzov's doing a very good job of really maintaining an offense towards Nursultan right now. All right, so let's see if he Nursultan can mount an offense after getting. Ooh, that's a nice spinning heel kick right there. And then there's another one he sort of misses on that one. All right, we are absolutely going to see a round two. All right, nice spinning heel kick right there by Nursultan. Ooh, nice 1-2 shot. Holding on to a single leg right there. All right, man. Yeah, Soltov is doing a whole lot better than what would I've imagined him to do, man. Doing really good. All right, man. So Stoltzov is really maintaining this top control position right now. All right, nice knees right there by Nursultan, because now he's the one maintaining the top position right now. Yeah, really good 2 rounds between these two so far, man. Both of them have been, really putting on a good 2 rounds right here. So, now he's right on top right now. All right, so there he is. He's still maintaining top position right now. All right, that's the end of the second round. On to the third round coming up. Yeah, I think from round one to round two, it's going to be even right now for Stoltzov and Nursultan. I think it's pretty even right now. I'm going to probably slide it towards Soltov. Yeah, I think he's winning this fight. I mean, in my opinion, I mean, who cares what I think, right? It's really predicated on the judge's choices. But yeah. All right. So third and final round between these two. There's a body kick right there by Nursultan. Oh, what is this? Okay, they're sort of complaining about a foul right there. The referee says to keep the action going. There's a low kick right there by Solstov. Now, you know what's interesting about Nursultan, right? He doesn't necessarily fight like the traditional tall man. And I think that just has to do with the fact that he has a shorter reach. Very similar to Dominic Reyes in the way that he's built. Yeah, good timed right hand right there. Okay, there's a nice high kick right there by Nursultan. So a whole lot of laying praying going on around here. Yeah, I smell a split decision on this one. I mean, he's almost done kind of zero on the ground. Yeah, so he's maintaining this half guard position right now. Let's see what he does from here on. Yeah, round two can easily go to Stoltz. Number one, you could also give that to him. Number three, this is a bit of a different fight right here. So Yeah, this is kind of like the perfect time to jump a guillotine right now. Okay, he's got this guillotine. He's got a standing guillotine. He's got okay, he's got some knees to the body right there. Good right hand from Rusabova right there. All right, and that's the end of it right there. Let's find out who won this one. Yeah, I'm gonna probably mm, I don't know, man. You know what? It could be either one, man. Probably 2-1 Rusabov, but who we'll see. We'll see how this goes. All right, yeah, man. 2-1 Rusabov, I would say, but we'll see, man. It's I smell a split decision. All right, so let's see who won this one. Nursultan wins this one. Yup. He got this one right here. He won that one. All right, Nursultan wins by decision. Let's hear what he has to say to Michael Bisping right now. Oh wow, he's calling out Bo Nickel. Good call out. Pretty decent call out, I'd say. Get these returns. Well, of all the 7 minutes that I've gone on talking about the different business strategies that they have going on, that the UFC has going on, that the Saudis have going on, the one thing that I have not mentioned, okay, is well, how do I say this? The one thing that I have not mentioned out of this whole thing is what exactly is their long-term plan out of it, right? What is their long-term plan? Well, the long-term plan is that they need to have a grand standing in the world. Are they doing that? Yes. But why are they bringing Dana White to have a long-term strategy? This is what I forgot to mention out of this 7 to 8 minutes. They now want their money back. They now want to start earning whatever it is that belongs to them or whatever it is that they're looking to create residuals out of. That's where Dana White comes in. As a result of that, what comes out of that situation is lower pay for the upcoming fighters. You see, right now, they're willing to pay all the fighters. They're willing to pay all the fighters that are coming in right now that have a big name, names like Canelo, names like John Jones, names like Tom Aspinall, and all of that. Okay, they have all of that. But at some point, they want to build their own stars. And when they do, this is where the situation gets really interesting. You want to know why this situation really gets interesting by the time that Dana White comes in and they start building their own stars? Because here's the thing, they're going to control the money from the top down. Have you seen the pay structure? Okay, if you're a first-time 10-round fighter for the organization of TKO, 10-round fighter, mind you, $20,000. If you are a 12-round fighter, at some point, you'll make $70,000. If you are a championship fighter and you're fighting for the championship, $100,000 to $500,000 or this and that. Look, what I'm saying is that it seems like a very low bargaining, very low bargaining. And why is it that a lot of these fighters are willing to accept it? Well, because there is something that a lot of people in the boxing world understand and know about boxers that are coming up. When they don't have a big name, when they don't have a big promotion behind them, or when they don't have clout, guess what? They need an organization to help them. And this is why a lot of the UFC fighters are screwed when it comes to the money that they should be getting. Because guess what? They are at a situation where the brand is much bigger than the actual fighters or athletes. And guess what TKO is planning on doing? They are planning on creating a situation where TKO is bigger than all the boxers. And I got to tell you, that is very unusual for this particular sporting culture of boxing. All right, so a little breaking news for you guys. Bellagio just pulled out of the fight with Paul Craig, and as a result, Yusuf and his opponent are promoted to co-main event. So it's Yusuf and Santos coming up next, and I hope they don't make us wait a long time for this. You know how it is with the pacing of TV and this and that. It's great. You know, we got 2 fights left in the whole night, and they can just rush this fight and just get it over with right there. So, yeah, man, I don't know what happened. What is it about Bellagio that he decided to pull out? I mean, was it some kind of illness of some sort? Maybe some underlying injury? I mean, people have already seen him walk into the arena. It looked like he was fine. But I feel bad for Paul Craig either way, man. You know, he was here to fight, and yeah, that's unfortunate. So, wow, man. Wow. Yeah, I would imagine that people are going to think of this man as some sort of a coward or something like that, right? Like that's going to be the overall conversation right now. Oh, you know, this guy is a coward. You know, he should have not pulled out or this and that. But I mean, yeah, just imagine, right? You're pulling out from this version of Craig, right? Where Craig is not really at its most dangerous threat, the way that that he was before. But man, nonetheless, this is the reality of the situation at hand right now. So yeah, pretty much every fight has been a finish except for the last one, and among every other fight, every fight has been almost like a finish. It's going to be very difficult to sort of get some bonuses here, or how they're going to go about distributing that. Yeah, Dana White could probably summon one of these random journeymans that would hit him up and say, "Hey, you know what? I'd like to get in there and fight right now." But you never know, man. All right, so on to the co-main event coming up right now. Well, all right, so now we're on to the main event because Bellagio pulled out So we got two fights left into this card, and well, I tell you what, a little bittersweet. The night's going to end a little bit early, but we don't get Paul Craig, and that's unfortunate. So all right. Very unusual to see a Brazilian fighter wear blue. You know what I mean? Like they usually wear yellow and whatnot. And in here, Sadiq Youssef right now being announced straight out of Lagos, Nigeria. All right, here we go. The round is about to start. Round one is about to commence battle. And here we go, guys. Don't forget to like and subscribe. We are live right now for Sadiq Youssef and Myron Santos, the co-main event of the evening. By the way, promoted to co-main event of the evening due to the fact that, well, you know what? Bellagio pulled out because he was scared of Paul Craig's body kicks, right? Severe body kicks that he was going to land right on him, and that's what it is. So yeah, I don't like the way that Santos is leading with his lead leg like that. See, that's why it's easy for Sadiq Youssef to hit him with that low kick right there, and more to come if he continues and keeps up with that stance. Oh, and there's a jumping switch kick right there by Santos. There's a switch kick right there by Santos. Nice leg kicks right there by Santos. All right, there's another inside leg kick right there by Santos. Yeah, I think there's some good head movement by Yusuf right there. Just really trying to give different looks towards Santos right there. Santos is just hell bent on hitting him with some low shots and this and that. There's a 1-2 shot right there. Now there's a body lock looking to get a takedown. All right, now there's separated from the clinch. 126, 125. There's a front kick right there by Yusuf. Yeah, real good jab from Santos right there. All right, spinning back kick right there from Santos. And now Yusuf is shooting in, going for a double leg. All right, just a little groin shot right there from the front kick that he threw. Yeah, Yusuf looks very erratic in his movement. Obviously, trying to show that he has some head movements and this and that. But at the same time, also really trying hard to counter with some takedowns. Obviously, you've seen him try to shoot in a double leg earlier. Um, I think he needs a little bit more of that in order to win this fight. Also, kind of show how he is separate from Santos, right? Whenever your opponent is just striking, I think it is your responsibility to try and at least create some openings for a takedown, right? I mean, after all, it is mixed martial arts, and the best thing to do is to just really go and mix it up. So I see an argument of Santos winning the first round, but we shall see. Oh, there's a nice head kick right there by Santos. He lands on that one. There's another one up right there that he flicked up on his head. Yeah, it looks like Yusuf has a cut from that shot right there. There's a flying knee, jumping knee by Santos right there. Barely caught it. Nice, perfect defense, takedown defense on the part of Santos there. Yeah, Yusuf's got a broken nose right here. All right, not a lot of action going on with these clinch exchanges right now. All right. So we're at round 3 right now. You could probably say it's 1-1 right now. That's easily arguable right now. This is for all the marbles in the third round right now in the co-main event, the promoted co-main event of the evening. Nice one by Sadiq Youssef right there. All right, there's another low kick that touches right there. Right hand touches, rolls out of the way, the counter. Just under 3 minutes left into this fight right now. All right, there's a double leg attempt right there. I think Youssef gets it that time, but Santos springs right back up. 2 minutes left in the third round. Okay, there's some little slaps right there to the back. Throwing some slaps at him. All right, there's a low kick right there. Just about 5 seconds left into this fight right now. All right, and that's the end of it. We now await the official decision between them. co-main event there, but let's find out who wins this one. Winner of co-main event, let's find out. So we now await the official winner of this fight. Let's find out. Right, and the winner is Santos. Santos wins by decision. All right, now he's on the microphone with Michael Bisping. We're going to find out what the winner has to say right here. Yeah, they're saying that he outlanded him. I don't know if that's the case here. Boom, that's a nice head kick right there he caught him with. All right, let's see the main event coming up right now.
An individual have always been bigger than the actual promotion itself, right? You can't tell me that Anthony Joshua is not bigger than Matchroom. You can't tell me that Tyson Fury is not bigger than Queensberry or Top Rank, because they are. They're all bigger than these organizations. Now, in the UFC, it's an absolute reverse, with a very few that is in the staple that are considered superstars, and then even that alone, I mean, it's questionable. But again, they are a minority. The elite in that particular world are a minority. So once again, why we talk about all of this and their future plans and what's going to happen with the exploitation of upcoming boxers and this and that, what we're seeing out of Canelo and Crawford, let's get to it. This is going to be the last time, or one of the last generations, where you're going to see stars like this, because they're going to have to develop them later on in the future. And when they develop them, how are they going to do that? Well, they're going to do that in the same pay incentive structure that they have for the UFC. Sup, how you doing? Yeah, but on any event, yeah, anyway, so yes, I guess somebody recognized me over there, but nonetheless, yeah, so this is one of the last generations where you're going to see real superstar fighters involved in these matchups. And then they're going to start building. If you remember when Tyson Fury was coming up in 2010, when he was just a British level domestic fighter, right? And eventually he got in the international levels, the world levels, and this and that. And then next thing you know, from 2017, 18, and so on, we had those Wilder series with Fury, right? And then they started building stars from there. Then next thing you know, you had all these other new heavyweights. Then next thing you know, it was Daniel Dubois that started coming up after he got beat by George Joyce, but then so on and so forth, right? It's the ever-growing cycle, same thing over and over again. right? Well, that is what they're preparing for. They know that a lot of these guys, right? Crawford, 34, Canelo, 36, right? Still in their somewhat of their prime. Not really the ideal prime, but for this generation it is. Because if you look at the UFC right now, right, a lot of their champions are getting older and older. And you would think that it would translate into lower weight classes where a lot of guys tend to, I guess, stay champion when, or not stay champion when they are older, but rather stay champion when they are older and in a higher weight class. So it's not applying the same way in this particular matter. So that leads me to the conclusion that this is the perfect time for Canelo and for Crawford to face each other. And as a result of that, it's going to be the very last time where you are going to see stars out of these guys. Yes, that is literally what I am telling you. It is going to be the last time you're going to see stars involved in this particular magnitude. But it won't be the last, because what they're going to do for the upcoming generation is exactly that, right? They're going to create new stars, but they're going to do it in a very exploitive manner. So once again, obviously the whole entire narrative of this whole entire video obviously is about Dana White. Why is that important? Because how else are they going to get these fighters to agree to the type of lower pay that they do with somebody who, by the way, is very experienced in that particular regard, right? Experienced in the way of handling these negotiations. Look, here's something you got to understand about UFC matchmaking, their office and how they handle business and all of that, right? I'm telling you, man, these dudes, they are one of the most cutthroat people when it comes to being behind the scenes of a sporting organization. And I don't think that's really any different. You ever looked at NFL guys that are trying to make the cut every season, right? They don't care about your past combine numbers. They don't care about your NCAA, credentials, or what you did in high school, or this and that, or what you did in college. Once you're in the pros, that's all that it really matters. So guess what? You get in that room, or you get that call from the matchmakers, and they start asking you, hey, we want you to go and fight this guy on this card, and it's going to be for this much, and it's going to be on this date, and this and that. Okay, suppose you're one of these rebel rousers or whatever, right? In a negotiation room. What are you going to do? Okay, well, you're going to say something to the effect of, oh, well, you know what? I think I deserve more, or I think I deserve this or that. Guess what they're going to say to you? This is exactly what they're going to say to you. Well, you know what? You lost your last fight, or even if you won your last fight, then they're going to say something to the effect of, I think it wasn't exciting enough, right? There's other guys out here that have had knockouts and you didn't, and you weren't able to get a knockout. This guy was, so I'm going to give him the fight that he wants and not you. You see, that's how it works. That's how it works when you are not bigger than the actual brand, and when the brand is actually bigger than all the fighters. That's what they want out of TKO. But right now, rest assured, the one thing you got to understand, and the one thing you have to take into high consideration, is that this is going to be one of the last times that you're going to see stars in this generation, at least for a long time. Because remember, this isn't the first time. This isn't the first time this has happened. Now, what happened after Mike Tyson fell off, right? What was it? 2006, 2007? Who was hot during that time? Okay, well, Floyd came up, but then after that, it was Floyd, right? But then people weren't really too happy about him because for one reason or another, for whatever reason, right? But then after Floyd, then who came along? Obviously, it was Gervonta Davis, so on and so forth. But then there was this period where they didn't really believe in him. So therefore, maybe the aspect of selling tickets for his events weren't as easy, or this and that. But on any regard, man, that's the reality of this situation, and that's what you have to understand. It's really going to be one of the last times, but it won't be the last time, if you know what I mean. So in other words, what I'm saying is that just like with all products, right? There's peaks and valleys when it comes to all products. Peaks and valleys, okay? There's times where it's hot, and then there's times where it's not. Same thing in the rap industry. I think you could say there's a lot of similarities in that, right? to where, there was in a particular era where everything was hot and everything was popping and everything was cracking as the way that it should be. And then there was a part of a particular era where it just became lackluster. It just became like dull. And then the introduction of digital music consumption came into play. So now that just basically changed the whole entire game of how you consume, and not only consume, but even buy music. So they changed the dynamic of superstardom in the world of rap, in the world of music in general. So what did the artists have to do? They had to improvise. You see, now fighters are not just fighters or athletes, right? Fighters are also artists. Fighters are also self-managers and self-promoters and everything in between. You got to do all that, because otherwise, if you don't, nobody really cares about what you got going on, because there's 100 guys that are doing what you're doing. And that's sort of the topic and main subject that I really want you to understand. There are more guys out there that are willing to do what you do, and what you got to ask yourself is, what is it about me that stands out? When you look at Canelo and you look at Crawford, those guys stood out above everybody, right? So as far as it goes with standing out, this is what they got: a deserving payday. But here's the thing. These particular stars right now in the world of boxing, they are only exclusive for right now. Again, I told you, they're not here forever. What is Canelo again? 36. What is Terrence Crawford? 34. They got good years behind them, but what about the 5-year? What about the 5-year road? What about 5 years? Okay? What about 5 years? Are they going to be around? Probably not. So who's next? Somebody's always going to be next. But that is why Dana White was brought in by TKO, was brought in by the Saudis, because whatever is next, it's going to be cultivated by Dana White. And why is it that they want Dana White to cultivate all of that? Well, for the simple reason that they want to control the pay structure of the guys that are coming into the game. They also want to control their future production, their future marketing, and also get a stake into their copyrights and their likeness, just like what they do with WWE athletes. Because remember, by the end of the day, it is TKO, a wrestling organization, a WWE organization, that now owns the UFC and probably the majority of boxing. So you got to ask yourself, with that in mind, how exactly are they going to promote and how are they going to market the world of boxing and combat sports altogether? Don't forget to like and subscribe. I will see you in the next subject, in the next topic, in the next content, in the next live stream, inshallah. MMA needs, if you want to find predictions, news, and everything that deals with MMA, shout outs to Kyrie, Abu El Kir MMA, Sacramento, California, represent.
That's right, Kyrie. I appreciate you, my nigga. You came in here, you was talking that shit. That's right, bro. Much love, Flo. I appreciate you for always stepping in, bro. Be safe out there. Man, my nigga Kyrie, my man Kyrie came through. He started talking that shit. Hey, here's the thing. Here's the thing. That nigga will whoop your fucking ass. You will think that nigga's all squared up and all that type of shit. Nigga come through and beat your fucking ass. Like, man, fuck you up. You will never see it coming. So for those of y'all,
All right, here's Morales right now walking out into the cage right now. So let's get this party started right here with the main event of the evening. So we got my man Santos walking out right now. There's Michael Morales right there. He kind of resembles my homie Idrees. You guys want to see Idrees? He's a BKFC fighter. I'm going to show you a picture of him. He kind of resembles let's see here, Idrees Wasi. There we go. Let me show you guys Idrees. See, where's pictures of Idrees right here. Hold on. Yeah, okay, that's not a good representation. Right here, okay, this is Idrees. It's one man Idrees right here with Jorge Masvidal right here. Okay, so tell me, does that resemble Santos to you? A little bit, right? Kind of resembles him a little bit. But yeah. Yeah, he does kind of look like Idrees Wasi a little bit, right? But yeah, shout outs to him on that. All right, so Gilbert Burns is now walking out right now. He's walking out, making his entrance. All right, there's Gilbert Burns right now walking out. All right, well, it is main event time right now. Here we go. We're getting set for the main event of the evening right now. There's Gilbert Burns and there's Michael Morales. 38 years old, 25-year-old Michael Morales, 17-0. He's got his whole life ahead of him. There's Gilbert Burns right there, and it's ready to go right here. All right. Wow, how about this? Michael B. Jordan is set to remake Juice with Chris Brown, Soldier Boy, and Laken Stanfield. Interesting little remake they got going on there. All right, fighting out of Mexico, but also out of Colombia, or is that Venezuela, the flag? I believe Colombia. All right, Gilbert Burns, one of the legends of the game. Offered a fight but turned it down due to university exams in June. Oh, wow. Jiri Prochazka was offered a fight but turned it down because he has university exams in June. Okay, well, he's got a little bit of some priorities of his own, right? So, what is this? Justin Bieber breaks his silence on Diddy accusations, although Justin is not among one of Sean's victims or individuals who were genuinely harmed by shifting the focus away from the reality detracts from the justice these victims rightfully deserve. All right, here we go. Round number one. With round number one. Here we go. Let's see how this goes right here. Let's see if Morales can finally take the spot away from Gilbert Burns. There's a nice leg kick right there by Gilbert Burns. And there's a little oblique kick attempt on the part of Morales. Oh, there's a nice high kick right there by Gilbert Burns. And remember, this is a 5-round main event. Oh, there's a nice shot right there by Morales. There's a good 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 shot right There's a shot right up top. Ooh, there's Gilbert Burns throwing it right up top. Oh, wow, there it is, man. He's throwing some shots, and he's really going after Gilbert right now. Gilbert is trying to rock Gilbert, but Gilbert's trying to shoot in on him with a double leg and then gets it. Gets him right down. Now he's got him in a body lock position. Let's see what he does from this position. Is he going to maintain from this top? Maybe try to throw some foot sweeps or something to that effect. Oh, wow. He just hurt Burns right now. He's about to finish Burns. Oh, my goodness. He is about to finish Burns. And then Burns has him in somewhat of a fireman's carry. Now he's got a, oh, wow. And he's still attacking Burns right now. Burns could get finished. I can't believe it. Gilbert Burns just got finished by Michael Morales. Unbelievable. 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 Morales just finished. Wow, I was so wrong about Gilbert Burns in here. Wow, man. Michael Morales is a serious problem right now, man. He is a problem right now. He did this literally in the first round. Okay, he did this in the first round with ease, man. With ease. Just one mistake from Gilbert Burns, and that was it. Boom, gets that. Wow. Wow, look at that. We got an overhand right hook coming in there. And then as soon as he drops, he just follows up and takes him down and then just starts hitting him right there. Wow. Wow, man. Amazing, amazing job by Morales right there. So, all right, man, guys, stay tuned. We're going to be right back and recap the whole entire event, also the entire event for Fisher and Allen, and then we will go from there. So, all right, man, I'll see you guys in a little bit. Don't forget to like and subscribe. Stay on the live stream. We're going to continue the live stream. We're going to break down everything related to this fight, and we will go from here. So we had 11 bouts. Right, we'll start from the top. Gilbert Burns gets a first round TKO loss against Michael Morales. One shot, overhand to the head, boom, gets it. Myron Santos, unanimous decision against Sadiq Youssef. That fight could have gone either way, but they gave it to Santos. It's just the luck of the draw. It is what it is, but credit to both men. Again, This is one of the things you got to look at when you see a fighter that earns a decision or loses a decision and then goes into their next fight. You really should look at that fight and see how they lost to a decision, which means that the next fight that Sadiq Yusuff is going to be a part of, you got to understand it's going to be a whole lot different. It's going to be a lot different, right? It's not indicative of their skill or anything like that. Sadiq Yusuff is still one of the top 145ers in the world, but Myron Santos is the one who got the decision. Tonight, Nursulon Ruzabov got a decision against Dustin Soltov. There was a lot of finishes in this card, but this is one of those fights that was basically an easy decision win for Nursulon, but it could have gone to Dustin Soltov as well, right? They both had some good control on the ground, good scrambles, but in the end, same thing with Myron Santos. Nursulon just got the better luck of the draw. Now, the same thing with Costa and Julian Erosa, right? Good back and forth. There were some good kicks by Costa. Caught Julian Erosa a few times, almost finished him, rocked him a few times, but unanimous decision by the end of the day. Gabe Green, he almost got submitted himself by Camilo here, but instead, almost getting caught with that, what do you call it? That triangle choke. After that, Gabe Green escapes, takes his back, puts on a figure four leg lock right around his stomach, and then gets a rear naked choke. Jared Gordon gets a finish on this one. Now, it was a great 2-year hiatus he had going on. He comes back with a vengeance. Overhand right, ground and pound, Thiago Moises on the ground, and that was all she wrote. Yadir Del Valle. Now, UFC debut, great UFC debut. Submission, rear naked choke, that was all she wrote by the end of it. Luana Santos taking on Lisboa. Submission with an Americana. Got the arm, locked it in, got the submission, and that was all she wrote. Left hook, ground and pound, punches to the ground by Denise Gomes over Elise Reed in the second round. And then Sung Young Park gets a rear naked choke against Carlos Hernandez. Now, the first fight of the evening, Tecia Torres takes on Luana Pinheiro by a unanimous decision. Great job on Tecia for controlling the ground game, getting some body locks in, and even getting some kicks, some side kicks too while she was at it, just really using the height discrepancy to her advantage with the kicks, okay, to sort of balance the height differentiation between them. Now, unfortunately, in the co-main event of the evening, or was supposed to be the co-main event of the evening, a fight got canceled, and that was, what is this? So, Muhammad Usman was supposed to fight in this against Hamdi Abdel Wahab. So that's interesting. He's the Egyptian wrestler that was supposed to be in here. Who else? Oh, Curtis Blades was supposed to be in this fight. Paul Craig, Bellagio medical condition. I don't know what that issue was, but nonetheless, yeah, Aaron Pico and Mozart were supposed to fight in this card. Oh, that's interesting. I guess not, but okay. So that right there is the whole entire breakdown of this whole entire card. Now let's move on to Dave Allen versus Fisher. Okay, because it was a very interesting card in and of itself as well, right? Let's take a look at this card. Let's see if we can find it. Allen versus Fisher 2. And I am using Topology. All right, let's see where's the all right, here we go. I think we went over this card. Obviously, a lot of people were hoping that David Allen would lose this one to Johnny Fisher. Johnny Fisher was the undefeated guy going in here, but experience win fights by the end of the day, and that's really all there is to it. George Liddard against Aaron Sutton. He gets a 5th round right hook, TKO body shots by Kieran Conway against Jerome Warburton. That was for the British Commonwealth middleweight title. Jimmy Sains gets a unanimous 10-round decision against Gideon Jonas. unanimous decision win for John Hedges over Nathan Corliss, and that was for the English Cruiserweight Championship. Taylor Bevon takes on Juan Cruz Cachero, gets a TKO. Again, Juan Cruz Cachero is one of these journeymen that was brought here. Shannon Ryan taking on Farah El Buzari. I think this is very interesting. This is probably a Moroccan fighter from Spain, but also, again, another one of these journeyman tunnels that they sort of bring in for these British fighters, right? But Layli Hutagig opens up the night with a TKO in the third round against journeyman Novak Ridilovic. And that right there is the whole entire fight night for UFC's May 17, 2025, and also the same for Fisher versus Allen, which was an interesting card. I mean, it wasn't one of those cards that a lot of people paid attention to per se, but I tell you what, it was one of those things that I was very interested in. I'm very interested in the heavyweight division. I was very interested to see where that was going to take him. Drubash Morka says, "Who's winning, bro?" Well, who exactly do you mean, bro? Who and who's winning? Let me know who you mean exactly. I sort of gave a breakdown already on the whole entire card for the boxing card and for the Burns versus Morales card. Man, shout out to Morales for this first round knockout. I'm going to be right back. I'm going to keep the stream running. I'm going to be right back. But what I am going to do is I will give a bonus stream. We're going to go on a bonus stream right now. But in the meantime, stay tuned and stay in touch. I will keep the stream going. Don't go anywhere. I will be right back. All right, y'all. Let's get ready for the bonus live stream. All right, so welcome to the bonus stream where we talk about just anything random, and where we can start off. Well, we can start off with this card right here. Obviously, some current event news going on right now. Supposedly, the former FBI director Co.main somehow is accused of being part of the assassination at Butler with Donald Trump. Now, that's crazy work, man. Can you believe that? The FBI, the former director, was potentially involved in that. Now, it's hard for me to believe that. I'm going to be honest with you. That's quite difficult for me to believe. It's one of those things where I'll believe it when I see it. I'll believe it once James Comey is in handcuffs. But if none of that is happening, man, it's very difficult to say otherwise. And how about P. Diddy? The case that he has going on right now, bro, there's a strong potential that P. Diddy might be let go. And you know what they say, right? The federal agents, they have about, what is the conviction rate for the FBI? I'm going to assume the conviction rate for the FBI is somewhere in the 80 percentile, or at least very close, 90%. They can catch you on a conviction rate. If there's anybody, though, that can beat a case like that, it would probably be somebody like P. Diddy, if you really think about it. Right? Why would he be the guy that could potentially beat a Fed case? Well, he has the money and the resources to do it. On top of that, you also got to understand, right? There's a lot of confusing things going on with this case. Obviously, there's that Chirac deal going on that he had with the liquor company, where P. Diddy thought that he was bigger than the program. And then all of a sudden, all these people that were in the suits and on the higher ups decided, you know what? We'll see about that. We're going to see if you really feel that way, give you a different notion of reality. And so they did. They decided to use all their power against them. And if that is the case, I mean, that's a very easy case to fight, especially if you have the money and the resources to do it. And right now, Cassie is not looking very good in the eyes of the law. Like, every time this case is going on, she's becoming less of a victim and all of that. So what else is going on? So yeah, how about this Michael Morales thing, right? I gotta tell you, as we looked at the 155 division, there was a lot of the older guard sort of still holding position, right? You had Justin Gaethje holding position. You got Dustin Poirier holding position up until the end of his last fight with Max Holloway. Well, now, you look at the 170 division, it's changing a little bit, right? It's constantly the changing of the guards. You had Bilal Muhammad, who's a little bit older, and now you got JDM as a champion at 28 years old, the youngest champion right now in the current roster of champions in the UFC. And then you got Ian Gary, who's coming up. Then you got Buckley, who beat Colby Covington on the way to beat possibly Usman. So it's a different division. And then here you got Michael Morales now beating Gilbert Burns, who was a long staple for a long time. Look, a lot of people are going to look at this and say, well, look at what happened with Gilbert Burns, right? And then look at what he did with Khamzat, and they're going to use that as a way of trying to tell how they can foresee the Khamzat versus DDP fight, like as if that's going to be indicative of anything. But the reality of the situation is that there's divisions where the old guards are holding down the fort, and then there's divisions where the older guards are getting knocked off their pedestal, and that is the 170 division in the current moment of time. But on any event, it's a very strong developing division right now. 170 is at its most stacked right now. I mean, one of the best times ever to be in the 170 division. And you know what? The 170 division has always been strong. Let's not get it twisted. Okay? When George St. Pierre was champion at 170, I want you to take this into consideration, right? There was Carlos Condit. He was really good. Carlos Condit in modern context reminds me of somebody like JDM. There was Jake Shields. Somebody like Jake Shields reminds me of somebody like, let's say, Sean Brady, right? Leon Edwards, he also has that similar type to that of Mike Swick, maybe even Josh Koscheck, but more so with Carlos Condit. And same thing, Ian Gary, he's sort of in that same realm, right? Very similar to that of Rory McDonald, only a little bit taller. And GSP knocked all of them down, except for obviously Rory McDonald. And Rory McDonald sort of had some troubles getting a championship when it was Robbie Lawler that was in front of him. And you've seen how bloody that fight was, which really took, you know, years out of his career, as you would imagine, right? I mean, Rory's been doing it since he was 16 years old. You know what I mean? So, yeah, man, this is why I say GSP is probably one of the greatest of all time, because the division that he was fighting under, it was no joke. It was no joke at all. But yeah, on any regard, really exciting fights coming up in the summer. But, you know what? With that in mind, I think we're going to call it quits on this one right here. I think we've overwhelmed our stay on this one. Guys, listen, don't forget to like and subscribe. Also, I hope you guys enjoyed the fights. We went over Gilbert Burns versus Morales. We went over Fisher versus David Allen. Both finishes, both great fights by the end of the night. I couldn't ask for a better night, for a better card. I mean, look, there's always going to be better cards, but this isn't one of the best cards ever, right? Not the boxing, not the MMA. Certainly not any of it. Not any of it, right? There's better cards along the way. There's better cards along the horizon. But guess what? What did it do for us tonight? It filled up our Saturday night, because having a fight is better than nothing. Because I know a lot of people complain about the saturation of the fight business and this and that. I get that. I get and understand the complete oversaturation, but there's oversaturation, and then there's making your heart grow fonder when you miss it. And then you build anxiety as your heart grows fonder, and you know how that goes. But on any regard, guys, take care of yourselves, take care of each other, and I will see you in the next live stream, inshallah.
MMA needs, if you want to find predictions, news, and everything that deals with MMA. Shout outs to Kyrie Abu El-Kir MMA, Sacramento, California, represent.
That's right, Kyrie. I appreciate you, my nigga. You came in here, you was talking that shit. That's right, bro. Much love, Flo. I appreciate you for always tapping in, bro. Be safe out there. Man, my nigga Kyrie, my man Kyrie came through. He started talking that shit. Hey, here's the thing. Here's the thing. That nigga will whoop your fucking ass. You will think that nigga's all squared up and all that type of shit. Nigga come through and beat your fucking ass. Like, man, fuck you up. You will never see it coming. So for those of y'all